Good evening, chat. Hello. We are on to day 6 of the Karen Reed trial version 2. The deuce. The deuce. We got a lot to go over today. I know they finish up with Ian Whippet or Whipple or Whippet or whatever it is, the Celebrite guy. And then I know that the illustrious, the elusive, the mysterious Jen McCabe takes a stand. I have not seen anything yet, chat. So please don't spoil this for me. Been hard at work all day. We still got the pads on. Didn't have a chance to change out. So remember, guys, please don't spoil it. I've been busy as a motherfucker today, so do not spoil it for me. With that said, guys, welcome to the show. My name is Sean, known as Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area, and today we're going to go over Karen Reed. I didn't get to see it yet, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Is this what a real lawyer looks like? Well, a real fat lawyer looks like, but yes. But God, it was hot as fuck out today, man. And I was all the way from the suburbs of Cleveland all the way out to almost the Pennsylvania line today. Had to go everywhere today, dude. I had to stop at like 4 different courts today. And even up on the lake, it was still like 80 some freaking degrees, man. Ugh. Nasty outside. Nasty outside. It's a rough day for a fat guy. Yes, the busy defending other cretins. Yes, thank you, Brad. Sweet Tooth says you look nice. Yeah, I know. And these are for this selection of things like this tie and this, and it kind of goes together with that pretty good, I'd say. All thanks to the glorious 2.0, the future Miss Smart 2.0. She is an amazing woman. I'm very fortunate to have her. But anyways, guys, enough talk. We are getting ready for Karen Reed. Yesterday was interesting. We got through the Arc of Void here. And I don't know if we really had a chance to talk about this last night or if everybody was here. The big takeaway from that was Dr. Wolf went first, and then they were going to have Dr. Rentschler. Notice when I got to Dr. Rentschler, even Judge Bev was like, let's keep this to like 30 seconds. And she, they only got like a minute or two total. And then she ended the hearing. That tells me she doesn't care. She's going to let them in. I said that last night. She's going to let them in. I know she has to make a ruling today. We'll find it out. But last night was kind of my tip off the way she was handling this. But we'll see. Ax says, I'm annoyed. Make me happy. I don't know if you're the guy. I'm not the right guy to do that. So I have no copyright interest. I know. But when you read the terms of services of, shitter tips, there's some things there, and there's a lot of things there, but hey, what do I know? I mean, I'm glad that when it comes to putting out your excellent legal analysis, you do it now when you're jerking people around with some shitty AI tip machine instead of on your felony drug case. That's the real allocation of resources. The myopia of resource allocation. Drug case, Frank's motion, good enough. Really getting in depth on the super tips. That's the galaxy brain move, chat. It's a galaxy brain move. Hellraiser Angel says, evening the Gray should invade now. No, they should not. I'm very lucky at 2.0. You guys have no idea how lucky I am. I am thankful to God. Okay. Wabu says, Sean, do you know you are fat? No, I didn't know. And I'm glad you guys told me. I appreciate it. Day Talk says, hey, finally get to catch a live of yours. Thank you. So here we go, chat. It is time. For Karen Reed. Remember, Dr. Whiffet, or I don't even think he's a doctor, the Celebrite guy. Alessi had just gotten started, and he's going to lower the boom. So, did you know you look great in that outfit? Well, thank you. Stop it. Stop. But anyways, let's get going, chat. Do I allow jokes in this space, sir? Yes, we operate under Somali rules. That's how it works here. We don't hide and cry. You can't make fun of this or that. No, we don't. So, anyways, let's get started. It is time for Karen Reed, day 6. All right, guys. Once again, we are using NBC Boston because it is the best feed with the less garbage on it. And we don't have closed captioning yet, but we'll work on that. All right. We got the fan of justice. Some say this fan holds up all of Boston. So Judge Bev's going to get through things here. Let's get to it.
Good morning.
So you're still on your own. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks.
Guys, remember, this is the Cellbrite examiner. This is the...
Your Honor,
One
if
of
I
the-
may address the court. Mr. Brendan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
I agree, he's a glorified technician.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
No, sir, not yet. It has not happened yet. Apparently she does it today, but we'll find out. Look through your report. That's never a good sign. That means he found something worth looking at. Guys, don't spoil, please. Well, hurry up. It's not... Your answers aren't changing. You should know what's there. Let's go. Yes, this is like a very soy Dave Portnoy. It's El Prez of soy.
You ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, and if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information, which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38, where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah. So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Ooh.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline and your report.
Okay.
If we could go.
I kind of get the feeling he left a lot of things in the report that he didn't talk about. Which is impressive. He put in shit in the report that could be used against him, but I get the feeling this guy fucked up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
To page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house.
Are you kidding me? He let off with this? Ooh. Wow, this looks like a whole page of reasonable doubt.
Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to...
Oh, now we're saying, oh, it was inaccurate, but now some location data is saying it was moving towards the house. You know, the funny thing is, you guys, and I know this because I've had a case or two with this information. You know what provides all the data for these apps? The phone. So all that data is actually pretty accurate, probably.
Go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 1237, 12-minute range, 1225 to 1237?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
And there you have it, chat. And there you have it. I mean, I don't know what more you need. Good job, Doctor. You helped. Good job, Ian. You won the case.
Interesting and notable. You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
Ooh,
But
yeah.
it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Uh-oh.
Correct.
Uh-oh.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in PowerPoint.
Now, if
They're
we
only
could
going to look at the PowerPoint, you son of a bitch.
go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk.
There was a different Mr. Wolf, chat.
So
Multiple Mr.
the
Wolf.
paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Oh. Reasonable doubt. Like, this guy is actually, he's an honest person. He put all the information in the report, but he's also an idiot. He left all the information in the report. Wow. I'm surprised.
And therefore, over the next few
Basically
hours,
the whole house is in play.
according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
That's a big point.
The
Correct,
answer is yes.
Shredder.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like Health Data and Location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze
Yes, it
is
comes from
requesting
the
location
phone.
data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from
It's literally the same
source.
thing.
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolf, go to page 30. And what I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. for a minute,
That's
please.
what he said. You can't hide now, Hank. You can't hide now.
Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you, but that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31.
So now we acknowledge there is travel. You don't know the direction of it. Well, he clearly didn't go out into the road because he wasn't found in the road. Like, let's do some basic math here, man. He walked along with Karen as he was driving away. Like, none of that makes sense. Oh, I don't know which way he went. Come on now. Come on now. You know which way he went. He went towards the house.
156. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as a supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Ooh.
I
Oh, and then, you know what? All this movement happens after the trigger event, which makes no sense. Uh-oh. I think I know where he's going with this. It's outside the timeline.
Call seeing a
So
report.
you don't
Sorry.
No, you don't have to answer that.
All right,
Mr.
please.
Whiffen, That's okay.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
This is already
That's
going
the only
bad
reason
for
I'm aware
him.
of this company.
Right. And
He's
do you know that
crashing
the
and
Aperture
burning.
firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you
Yeah,
saw
that's what
something,
you
or
know,
do you
Bubba.
know that they've used your data
Okay.
for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It
I
was a
got caught in
PowerPoint
my
presentation, I
suspenders.
believe.
Yes.
Yes, I
And-
reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Well. Oh, buddy. Ooh. That's not looking good. This trigger warning thing there, or the trigger notice, like, yeah, I guess that kind of destroys the whole theory right now. Well, let's see. Let's see what Hank Brennan cries about. Your Honor, this is destroying our case. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, this is a long sidebar. They're definitely at it for a minute or so. No Turtle Boy in the back today.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you.
I would love to hear their arguments about Hank, why that can't come in. I mean, remember, as an expert, he examined other expert materials. So, yes, he should be allowed to be questioned on it and why these things may not jive with his data, because he's the one who supplied the data to them. And he might have to say, no. And guys, I don't know how far this got into it today, but is he going to say, like, oh, no, that data's not right. I did, they did it wrong or something? Like, well, uh-oh. This is going to get good.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you.
Oh, Turtle
this
Boy's in court for his own
Thank you.
case.
May I stand by the witness? Sure.
Okay, guys, he could be in court up until Jen McCabe comes in, and then he has to leave. Judge Bev said if he's there, if he wins the lottery seat for that day and he's in there and a witness comes up that he's not allowed to be in front of, he has to leave until that witness is done, then he gets to come back.
Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Also, let me know if you guys can't hear the sound too well. I think you guys are good, so.
Okay.
Also, chat, hold on here. We are at the 1 hour and 1 minute mark. I'm going to refresh this, see if we can get closed captioning. I know you guys like it when we have it. Oh, still no closed captioning. Sorry. Sucks. Oh, well.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're
Yep,
saying
say
at
no
this point,
idea.
the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that,
It's
sir?
Canada's now. Don't worry.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
I'm surprised Hank doesn't.
Next entry.
Really? Hank, you let them get that in?
1232.16.
He's not an expert on kinesiology.
End of health event.
Jeez.
36 steps,
Hank, you're not
25
fucking helping
meters,
yourself
and
here,
80,
buddy.
84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Guys, they've got him on the fucking ropes. This is not. I would not be happy right now if I were him. If I'm Celebrate, I'm not happy either. KRM said it. Apparently, Celebrate's fucking Twitter page got taken down for the day. They shut it off, which is hilarious. They shut down comments on X. Yeah, well. Also, Praytime 12 says, "Hey Sean, well, hello. It's good to see you. Good to see you. This is just the beginning. I know you guys keep saying that, but like, this is cross-examination. The defense is questioning him now. This is an ass kicking, guys, and I don't even think he realized he's getting like BTFO'd right now. Like they are going after him, and I don't know if he understands it right now. I don't think he understands it because this is what getting your ass kicked looks like. I'll temper my expectations when I need to. You're not my dad.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Yeah,
Do you
this
recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a
Oh,
little
here we
more than
go.
aware of him? You've
Here
worked
we
with
go.
him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to
Some
it.
deep
but
lore.
further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
See, notice how Alessi just did that whole, well, are you working with that person? Notice how big of an asshole Hank Brennan was with that same comment. Notice the difference here. Big difference.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a
Fucking
report by
liar.
Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh
You
your
know him by his first
recollection if I
name.
showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Uh-oh. I can't imagine this looks good. I can't imagine this looks good.
Providing you.
Here we go. I can't imagine this looks good, chat.
Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if.
Now, notice, chat, this is not an exhibit, but he's offering to refresh his recollection with a report that he had to review. And notice, because he's an expert, he gets to review all kinds of reports and stuff that are not authored by him, and he can comment on them because he's the expert. He takes multiple things and he comes up with an opinion. He also may contribute to other reports. So he's allowed to do this.
That refreshes your recollection as to whether you read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Bella, I don't know. We're not going to spoil it for tonight.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
I think that's a bullshit answer. I think that's bullshit.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Yes.
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
Liar.
Maybe.
Maybe.
What?
So
Maybe?
maybe then you had a
Maybe?
conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go.
Maybe. You remember how Hank Brennan was crying and pissing his pants last night and shitting himself for all over maybe? Look at you now, Hank. What? What now? Maybe. Maybe. This little smug. Look at him. He's acting like a worm right now. He's got the He's got the Peter Stroke thing on, like the He's got the Rickadaism on. He's like I ain't actually saying that. That's what he's doing right there. Maybe. He's being smug now. Because he got embarrassed and now he's upset.
Go back to
Wow. The balls on this man.
what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered. And this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233-14 and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you.
All right, Chad, I'll be right back. This is not looking good right now. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah. He can't say John wasn't in the house now. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor. I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John Keith's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario one, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data.
I'm listening to this. So he puts it in the freezer at his house. Like, really? Like, this is the scientific data? What's the, like, so do we have a control? Do we have a control with natural, like, air, like, aspirating out? Like, do we know how the thermal works on this? Like, do we have anything? Do we have any of this? Do we have any of this? Like, it doesn't even look like any of that's there. I mean, like, what? Like, this is just retarded garbage. The phone is also his daily use phone, yeah, which at that point, it's like, well, we need to have that phone to replicate things. So we need your phone, sir. Yes, trust the science. Trust the science.
That you have from it. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the
Uh-oh.
question.
I'm
Here we
happy to
go.
accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure
Uh-oh.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Because he knows he can't argue some of this. Yeah, some are sub-zero freezers. How do we know what freezer it was? What was the temperature outside? Because just because it's snowing doesn't mean it's freezing.
3.33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide.
This is very true.
60.
It's the high school
which is
science
in your
experiment.
slide presentation yesterday of What you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone.
And just to be fair, chat, just so we're clear, yes, ARCA isn't scientifically accurate, Hank. This shit is legitimate to you, brother? Come on now.
Of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct. So
if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Oh, ooh, buddy.
If you then go
oh no,
to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to
your test is completely irrelevant. Good job, Mr. Science Man.
even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees. That's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's a bit below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's...
Hold on. Wait. Mr. Science Man, did you say something? You just say something wrong here? Because I think I heard that too.
Even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees. That's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's a bit below freezing.
Wait, what is he looking at when he does that to check himself?
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is...
33 degrees below freezing? Mr. Science Man? Now, here's the problem. Not everybody in the jury is going to be smart scientifically, but almost a lot of people know water freezes at 32, and there's going to be some people in the jury saying, wait, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. How does that work? How does that work? In England, it's 33. Yeah. How does that work, sir?
freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right.
So I don't know what it is, but you're wrong. That is like a very... Well, it was -5 Celsius. Are you sure? -5 Celsius. Hold on. -5 Celsius. -5 Celsius. -5 Celsius is 23 Fahrenheit. It wasn't 23 degrees outside. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's because he did his conversions wrong. Yeah, it's because he's an idiot. Wow. That still doesn't work for this Commonwealth. What the fuck is this guy doing?
But would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit. But would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Mm.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
Oh,
I do not know.
Don't you
I
think
don't know.
that would be an important piece of
I don't
information
know.
in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a
Why?
report
Why would you not be important?
discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above
Holy
33
shit,
degrees.
this guy sucks.
And you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time.
Wait. So you're the expert, and I want to make sure I understand this right, chat. His argument is my testing was to show when it's cold outside, things that are left outside get cold. I want to make sure I understand that right. When it's cold, things get cold. Fucking Nobel Prize winner right here. Look at that. Look at that. I didn't know that. Did you guys? Hey, babe. When you leave things outside, they get cold. Did you know that? Yeah, she didn't know that. When you leave things outside, they get cold. Holy shit. And notice he's like, I don't know if there's a case. I don't know if it's in a pocket. I can't explain anything except it's showing it got cold. So I don't know the rates of anything. I don't know where it was. I just know it got cold. So you don't have an answer to anything. Fuck it, junior high kids do better science projects than this. Yeah, mind blown. Just... I mean, this is his thing? Wow. 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 Remember, chat, this guy's thing is when things outside are cold, they get cold. Whoa. How much did the Commonwealth pay for that? I don't know, but a lot. How long, though? Luke says, just wait. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not even a science guy, and I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? He gets stupider? Okay. Okay. Was John's phone found on his person? John's phone was found underneath him. So they moved John's body, and his phone was underneath his body. So, wow. Coding Light says, the rate of temperature change between two mediums is a function of the difference in temperature between them, among other variables. Yes, and somebody else, Auto Doctor, put this up. Thank you, Coding Light, for the super chat for $5. Auto Doctor says, temperature change is not linear. Remember Newton's law. I don't remember Newton's law, but that is a correct statement of science. I'm sure Ag will confirm that. Yes, Axios is right. Imagine this life sentence hanging over your head based on some Irish guy's high school science project. Yeah. Yes. Squizgar, you blew this already, but yes. Shocking new evidence. You put things in the freezer, they get cold. Yes. Squizgar also says he didn't rip into the bad science of the temperature test because it actually helped the defense. Well, he just did rip into it. He's ripped into this pretty good. Why don't you control for things? Do you not do anything properly? God, Fauci did better than this. So, unless he is using flawed science. Well, I mean, this guy is using flawed science, so I don't know. David says temperature gradients and shit. I don't know what that means. So here we go.
Time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensic.
Okay, real quick, chat. We're going to try to refresh to see if we could find some more closed captioning here, because this
Also
needs to be
don't know the
captioned.
condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a
All
pocket.
right, sorry, we don't have it.
So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery.
I see. Okay. The hell was that? Somebody's phone?
I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create
Okay.
a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this
Oh,
temperature information with.
well, he did talk to people. Uh-oh. And auto doctors, you don't like the defense winning, but not using bad science. Well, I mean, you're combating bad science with bad science. They're working with what they got. I mean, we are lawyers, so I don't know. We're trying. We're trying, man. But oh wow. Yeah. Who gave you this idea? Well, this expert is just falling apart here. We'll rewind.
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
As
were
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with? Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations
I'm not sure I get this right.
take place, and
Hank ran around screaming like his pussy was on fire yesterday. Hey, your friends are talking to people. Like he was literally shitting his titties raw over this. And now we find out the same thing happened. Hank, you cunt-faced fuck of a human being. Man, that's what Brennan means in Boston. In Bostonese.
change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed.
Yeah.
Didn't you in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
And notice, guys,
Isn't
Hank
discussed of
ain't saying shit because he's fucked. Hank knows he's got to sit there and take this like a good little bitch. And unless he's going to work this guy over. So Hank knows he's got to sit there and just take it. Just take it, Hank. Just let it happen. Just let it happen, baby. Just let it happen.
verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion.
So
with
there's written
Attorney Brennan
documents.
about temperature.
Are
in
there
your
written-
preparation for trial?
Now, notice they could turn around and be like, we need all this information, Your Honor. We need all the written stuff that Hank did, Your Honor. They could be the biggest faggots right now. They could. Your Honor, do we have all this written information? We need all the text.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is,
That is somebody who admitted they're defeated right there. That is a man who is defeated. It's over, chat. It's Jover.
was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion.
Ooh.
We went through, you
Channeling
may
your
recall
Hank.
in my questioning in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct?
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Oh, he's gonna ask it differently.
Did you ever
Uh-oh.
put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
No. Just say no.
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Great. So you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at
Correct.
all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never
You wouldn't?
used battery temperature information in all your years?
Wait, so you're telling me you can't use it to do that, but you were using it to show that the system was working, to show John O'Keefe was outside. So yes, you actually do know this is the answer. You lying fucking scumbag. What a scumbag. What a scumbag.
In any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So there you go. So you could.
Battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the...
Yeah, exactly. You wasted all this time and it doesn't mean dick? Really? God, this Alessi is fucking working this guy over. He is just long donging the shit out of him right now. Yeah, inside or outside isn't a location, chat. Yes, it doesn't matter. Oh.
topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point on as regards temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
Good job, science man. Good job, science man. Look at his face. He's like, well, fuck. Good job, science man.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
Oh, he's
Whitman.
like, I got another whole binder of shit to shove up your ass. Open wide. Celebrity's turned their comments off on X. They should. They should be fucking embarrassed. Bigger point now is, chat. I've been watching Twitter, especially defense Twitter. God, this guy is giving them any case with Celebrite going forward. There's so much they can work with now, especially, God forbid, this guy ever testifies anymore, which he probably won't. But this guy has said so many things that Celebrite experts in future trials are going to get locked into things, which, you know, you love to see it. You love to see scumbag hacks who are basically there. You know, this guy's an idiot, you know, and he was, you know, he's trying to put Karen Read in prison. For some reason, he's helping them. And just think how many cases this guy's been involved in where he gave him some retarded, you know, findings, and people have gotten to prison for this guy. That would be terrifying. And I hope that guy's having the realization like, oh my God, I've sent people to prison. Maybe I am the bad man after all. So I bet he got a recliner. I get that joke. Yes, but he's got his blogs. He's got his blogs. Yes, he's also an ex-cop. He Russell Greered his way into being an expert. Oh, no, chat. That fighting words. That slander.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
Unless he's very professional. Yes, he is. Very, very professional. Karen Read is very lucky to have him on his team. Well, he's
The
disrespectful.
final data point
Not
on
true.
this slide.
He's disrespectful in a very calm and quiet way. That's how you do it. That's condescending.
Mr. Whip,
Look at him. He's just like, fucking kill me now, Jesus.
and thank you for bearing with me on this. at 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. How do you explain that? I don't know. I'm not science man. I just read numbers. That's all he is. He reads data and he doesn't know what the data means. So this guy's not even a real expert. He's just a data monkey. What a fucking tool. Your chance to be out in front of the world and this is what you do, homie. Wow. Good job, brother. Welcome back to the stage of history. And this is his turn. Goes,
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Air Dudu said, I don't get what you mean by yep. Somebody told me I had good logic and I looked it up. Don't know what you mean. Yeah, he knows he's cooked. You just got to sit here and wait. You have to wait till now I'm done. Oh, unless he's 67. Yeah, he's an old man. Well, that's the thing. Old lawyers don't look that old normally. Some lawyers look really good for their age.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have exhibit
The guy probably works his balls off all the time. So he eats healthy snacks. Yes, he has a $3,000 snack budget. Chat. It's the secret of champions.
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
Unless he's also a bodybuilder. Are you
Mr.
sure?
President, I'm handing you exhibit 42.
That's dope.
Yes.
I know a judge is a bodybuilder.
Do you recognize exhibit 42 from your
That's what no fap looks like.
March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief.
Unless he's
And I'm
like,
gonna
take your
you look
time.
What you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3. On page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to.
I think even Bev knows where this is
detailed
going.
analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call.
There's no rehabbing
from
this guy. God
Jen
damn.
McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. But I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 122944, 122951, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Give me just a second.
Uh-oh. Ooh. 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 Here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. John's like, oh no. John's like, oh my God, did all these fucking people take me as an idiot? Did I sit with the potential killers? Oh no. I guess I am a retard. Imagine that Peg is sitting there thinking, wow, maybe I am a fucking retard too. Maybe I'm a dumb fuck. The look on her eyes. Yup, I might be a fucking idiot.
At recess.
So they're going to take a break. And unless he's not done, chat, here we go.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted. Obviously,
Oh, okay, so we had a problem with the unredacted exhibit. So they had to take a redact it, but they also needed P breaks. So there we go. It all works out. Everything is fortuitous like that, chat. Eridu says, damn, I love this channel. Well, I'm glad you do, man. So Paul is signaling to you, yeah. Oh. So there you go.
place Exhibit 42, and it's per stipulation with Mr. Bryant.
Yes, please. Vigil's going to be IAC. Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whiffen? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
Embiggen it.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart. In the first one at 1436, and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Well, he's mourning the death of his career.
We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
Guys, remember, he lives in Canada, so he's not an American citizen. So this isn't an issue for him. Don't worry about his U.S. status. Yep, Celebrate's Twitter has gone dark 2.0 is telling me.
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry.
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
I didn't hear what this is about here, so let's see. I didn't hear that sidebar.
Yeah,
I don't feel
Yes.
bad for him at all. He's involved in a... No, don't feel bad for these people. This guy tried to jump in and put a woman in a box for the rest of her life using bullshit science. He should suffer. Suffering is what he should do. Don't feel bad for him.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous
This is
hash value
fucking
for that
garbage.
same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't
A holistic view of the data.
my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 2/27/40 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So this Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
Okay.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite
All
forensic
right.
tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified
Yes, only I can show
under
you.
oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct
No, you
testimony?
didn't.
I don't believe so.
No,
You
you,
don't believe
didn't.
so?
No,
Uh-oh.
we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were
No.
testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
You
Could
mentioned,
I see Counselor Sidebar for
Aye,
just a minute,
yes, Your Honor.
please?
I think she's going to ask for a lunch break. This is going poorly, chat. Oh, my God. This is this is really good. This is really good stuff for Karen. You do love this fertile Jew. Yes, I love it in stampering too. Yes, this is interesting.
Proceeding.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Explain.
If you could just respond
Let me explain, please.
to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes,
It-
probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
It's your opinion.
So you Also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnetic Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 22740 AM timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 AM timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 AM timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment.
I mean, guys, I'm just listening
You
here.
can take that. Okay, thank you.
Vanessa says, so he knows MPH, not Fahrenheit. Yeah, in Canada, MPH is still a very common measurement. I mean, they do use kilometers, but yeah, MPH is still a common measurement. Yes, hello. Hello. I delivered coffee. Guys, I'm watching along. Like, I'm not going to scream like PPP every 2 minutes. Jesus Christ. He just wants to be done. He wants to go home. He's like, I want to go home. Please let me go home.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone,
Mm-hmm.
you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Ooh.
Brennan?
Thank you.
Yeah, if you can't replicate it, how do we do it? No, this is the prosecution's cell phone expert. Remember, this guy is meant to show that John O'Keefe never went inside the house and that he never left the front yard. That is his sole job, to show that John O'Keefe never went inside. He's also there. Well, actually, to be fair, he's also there to say the house long and the cold thing is bullshit. Those are his 2 jobs. Those are his 2 jobs. You know, Lynn, I wish you and Nick weren't mortal enemies. I mean, not really enemies. I just don't tolerate people who do all the shit he does. I mean, if that makes him my enemy, I guess. But if he quit doing all the shit he's doing and acted like a human being that was civilized, like, we'd be copacetic. But, you know, that's like, you know, that's the issue. I didn't leave Nick. He left me. Really, when you think about it. So there you go. But yes, you I like both your channels, and that's fine. You can like them both. You eat the donuts and he powders them. Used to make a good team. Yeah, we did until somebody decided to like burn their life up, and then act like a big old fucking asshole about it. I mean, it is what it is. But I appreciate you being here, Linwood. Just for him to make up with him at Jim's driveway fight. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, I know. Mortal enemies. It's like being a mortal enemy to like the cicada. It's like, hi. Why did Alessi end this cross before veering into a longer cross? Didn't he talk to Karen only before going back up? He's just checking. Like, you always just check. Did I miss anything? Is there anything we need to do? But no, this is done enough. He's beat the shit out of them. He's beaten the shit out of Wiffle more than enough by now. He's done more than enough damage. He has done more than enough damage to this guy. Hank, your binder's not going to save you now. She should be like, fuck you. She should be like, fuck you, and go, oops, and smack his shit all over the floor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke
But you would use those resources and training and experience, don't you? You don't just wing it like an amateur, right? I mean, it sounds like you do, but...
about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data?
Oh, Hella might show up. The word taint just happened.
100% it would be
Taint alarm.
problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the phone.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
So I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. Like, I'd argue it's too late now for that. But why didn't you introduce the whole report before, Hank? Why didn't you let the jury see the whole report before? That's a very bad sign that now, after everything's been explained, well, no, I guess I better introduce it. It's like, this is not a position of authority. This is not a position of strength. This is not what the strong do. You know, the strong move quiet and the weak start a riot. So. All right, here we go.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold
Yes, once again, to say, oh, I want to show cold stuff is cold.
environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important
I'll keep that
points
there.
of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your
Therefore,
results?
Karen killed John. Booyah.
I'm sorry, could you
Shah.
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's actually given an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining this.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
Anybody really the person recognize the LEG reference?
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you can enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
All right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
Okay.
All right. Oh, who's Ali G? Oh my God, I am getting old. That was Borat before there was Borat. Yeah, look, John was cold. Paul's like, I don't know what this means, but I think we winning. God, if Karen wins, Karen gets fucking acquitted, the look on their faces will be worth all the Keno and all of the world. It will be worth all of the Keno and all of the world. Yes, there was also because Ali G had a show, guys. So there was the Ali G show, and it was Sacha Baron Cohen. One of the side characters was Borat. One of the other side characters was Bruno. They were all like reporters on a show.
I'm going to ask them. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form, sustained.
And at 12:22, on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
that is after the Waze information stops.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in the car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. Show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
Okay.
And 24:38.
Okay.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And
And
at
what?
24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data
Okay,
gets.
so you have no goddamn
more
idea.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just
please.
to recall.
It demonstrated 96 steps or 96 feet of travel. So, yeah, there was some movement. Are we just going to ignore that now?
What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a
Wait,
phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No.
Wait, if he's pacing in a circle, why is John walking around outside in a circle? You don't know if he's pacing back and forth. Why would he be doing that? Why is he waiting outside? It makes no sense that John's not going anywhere but inside the house. So why, Hank, why would you offer that up? He could have been walking in circles. Why? I mean, when you're on the defense, you can't offer bullshit like that and expect the jury to believe. But you're on the same side of you're on the side of the prosecution, Hank. Oh, he could have been walking in circles. That makes no fucking sense. Why would he be walking in a circle? Hank, that was the defense attorney slipping up in him. That's the defense attorney coming through saying, well, it could have been anything. You can't be talking about could be anything when you're on the prosecution.
AOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving. Do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing?
Objection.
as
He's
compared
not an
to just
expert
simply
in
putting a phone
thermodynamics.
in a freezer?
Sustained.
He's not an expert in thermodynamics. He can't explain that.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
You mean your dog should experiment?
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside.
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor.
But-
Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Gannon asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
But how did you find
If
out?
the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, you asked that again?
Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment, like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Relative to what? Relative to what? The battery
that is,
yeah. What, like
432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement.
here's a big problem, Hank. I don't know why Hank's going down this road. This is a very Hank is going very dangerous by doing this, because by going down this road, well, if it gets bumped or there's something drastic, it could cause some movement. And Wiffle's right here trying to save him. How can you get 84 feet worth of movement interpreted? Like, okay, fine, he gets knocked over. Ah, boom. Phone hits. He would have to keep moving his phone all the time. That's for Hank to ask that question, that is a detrimental question. That is a fatal question to ask. Did I get a haircut? No, it looks good. That is a fatal question to ask. It doesn't make, once again, this is Hank acting like a defense attorney. This can kill, this will kill you. Because now you got to explain, how did the phone interpret 84 steps? Not just like one or two, because the phone goes bouncing around. Because remember, the phone didn't bounce around and landed under John. So there couldn't have been any combination of that. So I don't know if everybody else commented on that today. I don't know if anybody did. You guys watch other people today. I don't know how this works. This question Hank is asking is literally gonna fucking sink himself. And if I'm Alessi, I come up and ask on recross. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, talking about less than 30 yards. Yeah, but 84 feet. You have to step, 80, to get 84 feet in. So it's not just one step. It'd be a gajillion step, like a gajillion shakes. Yeah, Steffi, I agree to that. That's my point. Is somebody dicked with the phone. But Hank is not letting that happen that way. That's the thing here. And we would need to go back and listen to that again. If you guys need to hear what I was thinking here, let's go back and listen to this. Here we go. Let's try this again. Also, hold on, chat. We're going to pause because we need to get closed captioning in here. So let's see if we can get it. Oh, yes, we got it.
Something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11.
Remember, we're letting it get past this part.
Record steps if it's being moved.
Here you go.
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently.
Oh, sorry, chat. Hold on. We're going to rewind that real quick there.
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now, Hank fucked up. He didn't ask his witness this beforehand. He didn't prep. That's Hank asking a question he didn't know the answer to. Because the guy has to admit, well, yeah, you could do it, but they wouldn't. There's not enough movement for 84 feet of travel. That's the issue. So, good job, Hank. Good job.
Now, at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data.
Kat, if you're trying to clip it, start at like the 2 hour, 50-minute mark.
At 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the
Listen to that worm. Well, I can't say with any certainty. Then why are you here? Why are you here if you can't say this to any degree of certainty? Why are you here? Gina says, I'm out, guys. Good night. I'll have to watch Turtle Boy. Okay. Well, good night. Why are you here? Why are you here then? The expert's nuking himself. The expert's nuking himself. He's admitting he's got nothing. You want a reasonable doubt? There you go, chat.
AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
You can't say that if you know it's sporadic and not reliable. But you just said it's not. You said it's sporadic and it's not consistent. So how it can't be reliable. Jesus Christ! So I'm in Leslie. I'm going to ask to stand up, have this guy stricken. Ask the jury out and get rid of this guy.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12?
He can't say with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. He said he couldn't. Now you can't. You've already said he can't do that.
30 until 6 the next morning.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You already
It
said
was
he
based on
can't.
the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and
The
how far.
accuracy you said is sporadic.
Based on the battery temperature information and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, but.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
Are you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes,
Leslie?
Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
It's not me.
Yeah, he just said it doesn't all work. I don't get. And unless he's on this, you can hear him objecting in the background. Also, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, no, like unless he's on this, but it's just the judge is allowing all kinds of shit to happen, which is nonsense.
You have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I don't
phone call
have.
register.
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes,
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No,
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
that's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes,
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
no, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the
You
location
don't know a
information
lot
place
of things
John
there, buddy.
O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight
And who's that call from?
from Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm
This is just
is run
retarded.
on every piece of every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the great key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I did.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient?
Would putting a fucking cell phone in the freezer at your house count as peer reviewed? Would the way you describe shit today count as peer reviewed? No, wouldn't.
Sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself gives.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination, there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you
Which
attempted
is
to
still
resolve
so
that.
weird.
Correct.
It's
Sustained is
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
Hey, chat, real quick. We got to do this because these dropped. We dropped some great great stuff here. Guys, and some other guys said some things here too, but we'll get to it in a minute. Cat, not Williams, guys. Cat, not Williams, covering the great stuff with Antonio Sledge as part of the YSL trial, and I think Monk Tonk stuff going on still over in the YSL world. I know she's got other stuff going on, guys. Check Cat out. She does a great work of herself, dropping not only 20 but 40 subs, chat. 40 subs, chat. That's killer. That is just coming in and just coming right in here, chat. Just making sure it happens. Just making sure it happens out there, chat.
Fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
Kat's doing her part. Are you doing your part? But Kat coming in out of nowhere with 20 subs like that, and then another 20 making it 40. Thank you so much, Kat, for your support and your generosity. I really do appreciate it. No, it's not my birthday, Kat. Oh, god dang it. No, my birthday's not till August. If you do that because of my birthday, Kat, I'll square up with you. I'm so sorry these people jerked you around. No, it's not my birthday. Clyde's birthday, no, Clyde's birthday is hold on. Hey, do we know what Clyde's birthday is? 2.0? Babe? No. Okay, we don't know. Neither does the shelter. What? Yeah, his gotcha day is April 10th, so we're still in April. I mean, so that works, but yeah, Kat, it's not my birthday. Somebody's they're lying to you there, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean for them to do that to you. Kat says you love that clip. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. The Clyde Tower chat, go. That's right. Remember for 13 months, chat. Build you some Clyde Towers. Those are the best. Do I keep 2.0 in the basement? No, it's not like she doesn't just like sit right here next to me. T from Laos says, yeah, gotcha is the date we picked him up. That's the gotcha date. It's the date we got him. So that's what that is. Oh, well, we got we were trying here. So we got the Y, D, 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 E, E. It's like the safety dance. C, 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 L, 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 Y, 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 D, 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 E, 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 E. Get the Clyde dance. Oh my God, what the fuck just popped up on screen? How do I get rid of that? There. Hi, Hella.
Are you kidding?
Yes, I'm okay.
I thought your birthday was later in the year.
My birthday's not till August.
I was like, what? It's your birthday? What the hell? And I went and made you an overlay and everything.
Yeah, no,
and I'm like, I'll sneak in and I'll put it on the screen.
Dark Lewis says, how did she do that? Well, she has access to like StreamYard all the way, but that's when you could put in the overlays. So like, for example, like the Dragon's Treasure, if you want to get, while we're here, I'll just do this real quick. If you go to dragonstreasure.com, use a promo code criminal, you get 10% off. I can do that as an overlay. I can do, another show sponsor tonight, MAF Arms Corporation, maf-arms.com. Promo code POCCRIM gets you 10% off. All your wind chime accessories, guys. It's getting beautiful out there. And then last but not least, we got Stoney's Bar and Grill at 158 East Broadway Street in Rockville, Minnesota, chat. Home of the $2.50 cans every Thursday. Guys, it is getting Thursday nights our bike night. Crank your hog, drive into town, and then crank your hog in front of everybody down there. It's getting nice outside. Crank your hog while you're wearing your leather chaps. It's the perfect place to go at Stoney's, chat. You know, and remember, as it gets warm out, Aaron will show back up. If you yearn for it, he will come.
I was so
You
proud.
have to ease his pain. Ease his pain.
It was such a good overlay.
Yeah.
It's even the little hat, and you like.
Yeah.
It's exactly where you were and everything.
Ian's face is frozen from this is hilarious. Yes.
Can we put it back just for a minute?
Sure, we can put it back for a minute.
Thanks.
You got to re-add it.
Oh, did you get rid of it?
Yes, I had to stop it because you put it back up.
Yeah, but so you actually deleted it.
Yeah, you removed it off.
No appreciation.
Apex says show it off anyway or save it. Yeah,
There you go. Move your head a bit. There you go.
There.
Oh man! All right, I've had.
I'm
my
not.
fun.
I'm
Happy
not amused
birthday.
with the birthday either. So, guys, this is Hella from Excited Utterance. If you guys don't know who she is, she does Hearsay for Days. And
yeah.
What's that?
I'm bringing it back after Karen Reed. I don't want
Yes.
to cover Karen Reed, so I'm bringing it back after that.
Okay, well, but she's been busy working on all kinds of great stuff. You guys can find her out there. And yes, if you guys figured out, she is not from America. She is from Thailand. You can tell from the accent. So,
I think you're being a little bit mean to this guy.
why?
He
Because
doesn't. He can't possibly know all this stuff to the degree of certainty that you hope that he would.
well, no, I don't want him to. He's the state's expert.
Sure.
So he's, they brought him in here to claim, I know where the phone was the whole night. Now he's like, well, I don't know where it was. Well, then what good is he?
Okay, all right. 'Cause I suppose that he's being asked the wrong questions.
No, it's just that he got exposed for being a fraud.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've been doing a little bit of research into cell site location data
Sure.
and how it works, and you can't possibly know for sure where a phone is, even with
but he
call
tried
data
to
records with cell.
he tried to say it was in one specific spot in a 7 meter circle, and it never left that circle. So that's the problem. He's a liar.
A 7 meter circle.
Yeah, he said he was a 7 meter probability error. And he thought it was stuck by the flagpole the whole night.
Okay.
So he lied. So that's why I have a problem with him.
Okay.
If he had been honest from the start, it'd be different. But this guy's trying to put Karen Reed in a box with junk science. So.
All right. I just came to say happy birthday.
Okay.
And I'll pop off again. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
It's not my birthday, chat. You guys, it's not my birthday. Guys, Hella overexcited utterance. Guys, come on. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday till August 10th. But thank you again, everybody. Let's keep going.
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by
You're
any
pretty
examiner.
unethical there,
And
mate.
if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
You've already
Before
you already destroyed the reputation of Cellbrite, mate. You already did that. Good job.
a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Cellrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Yeah, that's
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs
Yes.
and offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold. at
He's trying,
6:23
chat.
and 6:24 in the morning.
this is the desperation of Hank that he's asking these leading questions. He is so upset right now. He's like, I got to fix this, and he can't fix it.
January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27.
I agree, Robert. Why is he here?
In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
Wait, what are we showing now? Yeah, well, this is the problem with experts. There's a lot of experts who take a couple weeks training. Yeah, this is not really impressive anymore. So his tool, yes. He wants to show his program. Well, this program hasn't been demonstrated. They don't know if They would have the right to access it, and he's going to say, well, it's all protected. So how would they do this? How would it work? Peggy's like, I think we're still going to win. Jen told me so. Safa.
Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess.
I just want to be able to tell these people to suffer. I know that makes me a horrible human being. Just want to go suffer. Suffer.
45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whitman, I'm going to ask you to review the report. Okay? The rest of us are in recess.
Please rise to the jury. Please be no on the chairs. Thank you.
All right, chat. No breaks. How can they prove the program is not programmed to say things that the program to say? I know. They wouldn't have access. They would need to access it and test it. They would need the source code. And he'd say, no, that's protected. So that's the problem here. That's the problem of this. Look at this chat. We're at 5-hour mark. Just stick with me. You'll skip all kinds of time.
Court is in session.
Look at that. We're an hour and a half ahead.
Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
Mr. Whiffen, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep. I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting. So it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data,
Yes.
in addition to being in a building like a house or a business. That's one way it can be affected.
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question. Mr. Brennan.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period, and that shared the same latitude longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lefsey?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see
this
that
is just
all of
failing for
these
me.
records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second
Okay.
apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these
Okay.
records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that
But how can you claim the accuracy refines when you said it's so sporadic and not reliable? Is it refined or is it sporadic? You can't be both.
phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent,
Then how do you explain the 23 meters of movement? How do you explain that? How do you explain all the movement registering? Once again, well, I can't explain it. I don't know.
the location change, small, medium, large, at different times.
Yes. He said it got
Does
more
this
accurate.
chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
what is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone.
So it's somewhere in between these two circles. So it could be in here, or it could be in here. So theoretically, he could be in these trees right here, or he could be all the way up in the house, way up here. So if he could be anywhere in here, what good is this actually? If he could be in this entire area, what good have you presented us at this point? You've presented nothing of relevance.
That was attributed to Jennifer McCabe, and you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move
What about the
this around, you can actually...
I'd have been like, somebody should have just screamed at the back, why is there all this child porn on your phone? And seen what happened. What about the child porn?
We see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer.
I wonder if he sets it up, you're allowed to forensically destroy, like examine and look at the source code he has. I'm betting you're not allowed to.
And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh. Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself.
That's a pretty fucking late. I can't delete these things. It'll fuck me up. Why weren't you prepared?
Just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 14:10 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 14:11, so I'll do a search for 14:11. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412.
You can't see anything that's on the screen.
1412
there you go.
is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab.
Okay, come on.
So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that.
This is...
So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload.
This is true. Like,
and you'll
if I'm the defense, I would have asked to have the source code for all this information. You'd have to hire a programmer to make sure this shows up everything he's claiming is true. You have no idea if this is all just bullshit. Because he's already demonstrated he's a blithering idiot. But nothing you do about it now.
See, a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor. No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi,
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
As reliable as Celebrite?
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So
I know they all use the same
demonstration,
data, Snoop.
therefore, was created
They use different
after
programs. They all use the same data, but they use different programs to interpret and extract data.
Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffen, you are all set. So
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Seen
That
why
was
Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items.
Jurors, feel free.
Well, let him pick up his asshole after freaking Alessi dragged it all over the place. That was a disastrous witness. Guys, you know, like so far I've said witnesses have been bad for the defense. Yeah, so he admitted they removed the timestamps. Yep. Among every other thing they did. Kerry Roberts was a disaster for that one little thing, but it's a massive thing. This was an unmitigated disaster for the prosecutor. Absolutely awful. So let's move on. It's time, chat. It's my understanding now. Here she comes, chat. The biggest bitch in Canton.
Face out quick and raise your right hand. You tell me to be able to give the court the jury in the case there is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Chief, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I mean, she has got a tan on. She's got her I'm going to bite your dick off look on. She's ready to go, guys. Here we go.
49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address.
It's like in Turtles when Shredder takes off the mask. Her face. What happened to her face?
What town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Chad, I hope you noticed my description from Jen McCabe. The possible nice housewife from Canton who didn't do anything wrong. She's a nice lady. Yeah, they drive everywhere 150 miles a day. It's so hard. It's stressful.
Yeah.
She's like, do you know how many piano recitals I go to? And how many violin lessons I have to go to South Boston for?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now. And figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022.
Someone tell you
Do
he-
remember that day?
John O'Keefe was the kind of guy who'd help you move a body, except when you needed to move his.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022.
Oh yeah, I'm sure her and Carrie were all part of some. I guarantee you, there's probably some sort of and she's probably jealous of Carrie. Now they're friends, and oh yeah, there's all kinds of weirdness going on.
Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all.
It'd be a cover. Be the cover. A cover. How would they say it in Boston? The cover. Oh. So John was beaten to death by all the guys for cucking him. I could definitely see that. Oh. This is very rehearsed.
The Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
Guys, we got to
That
sit through this
includes
to get
sports?
to the good part.
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the
I don't
change of
reside
schedule,
in
did it
chat.
change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza.
This is a great point. We knew there was going to be a blizzard, so we all decided to get horribly intoxicated and then drive home in the blizzard. Because nothing says safety like driving around at like 0.11 in the middle of a snowstorm.
Got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday.
Oh my God, is Jen speak so slow even at speed? Let me see here.
He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's
hold
name?
on.
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be.
Oh shit, Chad, I am so sorry. When I refreshed it, I forgot to regrade the speed. Sorry about that. So we've been going slow.
There, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there, or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them.
Why were you happy to see them?
Because I love John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spend time both with John and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Ms. Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall.
Wow, she did not want to look at Karen at all, not even angry. That was weird. Huh. Beautiful Waterfall says Karen snubbed Brian Higgins that night. I suspect Higgins showed O'Keefe the flirty text. That's what started the big fight. I could see that. Who knows, though?
All that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Ms. Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. This bar and CF McCarthy's going to get hit with fucking asteroids. The high top tables chat in the back.
If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar?
Well, you believe. How do you know?
Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess. That
Okay,
it could,
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a chair before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
You can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Yes. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece, Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again, Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes,
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
it was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street. And there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
So, chat, if you guys are new and you haven't heard all these names, we're going to hear a bunch of these names coming up. A lot of these people are probably going to testify. The first time through, every one of those people testified. Probably not as many this time around. We'll see. I think Hank's going to streamline stuff. But just so you're aware, if you're hearing these names, don't worry. You're going to hear more and more of these names.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times and she'd watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
And isn't it interesting? All these people are trauma bonded now. They're all friends. Not sus at all.
What did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's a TV room, but you could look and almost, when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends,
You know, it'd be really helpful,
are his
Hank.
friends about the
A
same age as
fucking
him?
diagram
Yes.
of the house.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes. I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. And it's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew?
Maybe.
Okay.
All right, chat. So we got a thing here. Let's see what we got. Let's skip the sidebar. You know, those people, John O'Keefe's family looks like the Grim Reaper walked by them. Look at them. They're just like, look like somebody just walked over their grave. Wow, this is long. Thank God, I gotta sit you back down, Bubba. I'm sorry, Butterbear. Mwah. I gotta roll him back, chat.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30, approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
You're a good boy, Kai.
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. You know, at one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke, the video, music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house,
Oh my God, it's so
what area of the
funny.
house were you
And
spending
then we
time in?
killed,
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
and then the second part of the joke is we kill people afterwards and leave them in the snow.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
That's a new detail. I don't remember that from the last time, but look at this woman. Her eyes, she must have had some work done because she's got a look of like that intense, like, I'm going to kill you look.
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you
Celebratory
waiting for
mood.
anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you
That's
see
all
who was in
new,
it?
Cat.
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No,
Why not?
why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes,
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
no,
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closer to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Shenango, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection. Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, that she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
When she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time was this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh gosh. Well, I think that's when.
Oh, these women
my daughter was
they
in
got a lot
kindergarten,
more than
first
a
grade, and
lunch.
At this point, she was in 8th grade.
They had a lot more than a lunch, I guarantee it.
So
I guarantee you John was slinging Dioc.
like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you
Hi,
friends
J-Rock.
at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
Wow. Notice she's like The way she just said that, a lot of that, could I hit him? Did I hit him? She's almost saying like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you guys remember that the first time. Did I hit him? Could I hit him? Blah, blah, blah. You guys have heard it from a million witnesses. How would you know that, Jen? How would you know that, Jen? She's like, hello, Wilbur. That's a little sus the way she said that. That's a little sus the way she said that. Am I the only one that's wrong there? Yeah, wait up. She's saying Karen was saying that before they found the body. Yeah. She's just like running. She's like speed running her testimony. We're going to repeat that, chat. We're going to repeat that. I like how it's like, Chen. God, John's a brave man for bumping uglies with this woman.
She screamed that 3 times, and then she was saying, "We have to go to Fairview." A lot of the "could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Just she was on repeat.
How would she know? Could I hit him? Did I hit him? The whole way there. Yeah. Sometimes the narrative coordinator gets ahead of herself. Yeah. That's Jen is on Ozem bitch. Karen, according to Carrie, identified John's body. That was a snow pile. Yeah. Is it a fact he was banging her and Karen? I don't know. Who knows? Makes it funny. Edward says, hard to remember your lines, Sean. If you don't actually tell the truth, those mean defense attorneys pointed out. I know. That's what those bastards do. She can't keep it up anymore. She's deep. Yeah, they had Ozempic. Has she been on the courtroom? No, but remember, guys, she went through this before. I guarantee you she's watched it. She remembers every little bit of this stuff. So I guarantee you it's all a disaster. But let's see what happens.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, "Tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors." And then I said, "I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John." And then he yelled down saying something like, "You can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight."
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so she was having to move down the street. And then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview. And she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Carrie Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just...
Really? So you weren't in charge? So then who was in charge of House Log to Die in the Cold? Who was in charge of all the stuff Carrie apparently heard? Who was in charge of all that if Carrie's calling the shots?
A listener.
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times with the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow was like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Carrie took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room. And then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
Guys, the shoe thing isn't wild. When I was growing up as a kid, you didn't wear shoes in the house. We never really did. I mean, some people just don't want shoes in the house. That's how it goes. Your house, your rules.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Carrie Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Ms. Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment.
What was Ms. Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Carrie, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Carrie thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going
not
to
ask
get.
you what Carrie.
Sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Ms. Roberts, did you see Ms. Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that
I
I
still
can
don't buy
recall
this.
right now.
You
Not
mentioned at some point
possible
she
at all.
was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car. Was one of the times. Yes.
Now, Ms. Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Ms. Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Carrie Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Carrie's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?" Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did. No.
How about Carrie?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happened?
I just didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with
Bella's
Bella's mom?
mom's a hoe.
And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him.
Lifting her shirt. Oh, yeah.
I was literally just stunned.
Bella's mom's a hoe. We're learning all kinds of stuff. I'm just stunned.
And there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
Feels like a dead body.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was
like
him.
It looked like when we left them.
And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact, and I knew. I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming, and so I walked back towards Carrie's car.
Yes, if only you knew of a house. If you only knew the people lived in the house right in front of you, and you guys could have got all the blankets and hot things available. I mean, it really wouldn't have mattered, but it's only like if you knew somebody who could help. I don't know, chat.
And then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone calls 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John. And at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lincoln, we need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Chad, I guess there's the ARCA stuff coming up, so we're going to skip to that. All right, here we go. It's ARCA time. I've not seen this part. Did I change this shit for Jen McCabe? Yeah, oh, there we go. Yes. You've got to watch the Judge Bev rulings. I know. So here we go. Here we go. Real quick chat. We've got 5 subs from Digital Void. 5 subs. We still got 450 people here, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Also, Blaine says shoes in the house is how you get polio. That if that's not an old wives' tale, I don't know what is. That is wild. All right, chat. Here we go. Let's hear this.
Can we close the doors, please?
Maybe seated.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCA motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes,
Okay,
you just have 5 minutes. She'll be right back.
sure. All right, 5 minutes.
All right, please.
Karen has to go poopy, Judge. Judge, could she go poopy? Let her go poopy, Your Honor. You know, she's got her leaky butt. All right, here we go. Here we go, chat. Let's hear this. I am looking forward to this part.
We're back in session. You may see.
All right.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying.
Okay, this is just like, we're going to slow this down, but this is just fucking obnoxious anyway from Skank. He didn't kick him out. They're not going to get kicked out. Bev was clear by the fact she didn't even make Rentschler testify. You know, I mean, if we're worried about shit not showing up, there's entire cell phones that disappeared. Hank.
About their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for your honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and Arker's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf,
Really?
he did
I don't
not
think so.
disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure in logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order.
I don't know about
how
that,
evasive he
Hank.
was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony in this case, unknown.
Was
to the
it
Commonwealth,
really? I don't know, Hank.
unknown to the court.
I don't really know about that,
particular
buddy.
information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice at least is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to your honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
I
did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest
did? Okay.
that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Lisi.
I mean, and here's the problem, though. This is an expert you can't get the raw materials from. And this is part of Hank's issue here. You're arguing about the rules, and here's the thing for the rules. There's a massive exception to this rule. The rule shouldn't apply here because this is something we've never dealt with before. It's something the rule is not meant to handle. What do you do when you're not allowed to get access to the materials? The federal government's never going to allow you to get it in a million freaking years. Rule 14, Rule 16, whatever you want to talk about, Rule 26, however you wish to call your discovery rule, does not contemplate this type of situation. So for him sitting here screaming and shitting himself over it, no, there's a clear, this is a very specific issue. And also, I thought, if it's all junk, you should be able to kick its ass anyway. These were... It gets better, okay. I mean, we'll see.
Preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no...
Why is your expert out of town? You could have chosen any expert you wanted to, but you chose this one who wasn't going to be around. I mean, really, you're bitch and cry, and then you just go like, well, our expert's kind of unavailable. Where's your guy out? If he's on vacation, here, dude, start reading shit. Our expert's not around. Could have picked any expert you wanted to, Hank. Let's go, Skank, Brennan. Let's go, Skank.
Ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are...
I know a lot of discovery violations.
There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. Yeah. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fun.
Okay. And you know what? I think that they probably strategically did that. Yeah, they sandbagged you. Suffer, Hank. Suffer. You're not entitled to a fair trial. When you hear him crying about that, that's the defense attorney side creeping out again. You're not entitled to a fair trial, homie. But also, let's go. Come on, kick their ass. Let's do this, Hank.
Fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never at this point receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right.
If you do that, you're literally inviting a reversal on a conviction. If there is a conviction, this would be an automatic reversal, Hank.
Thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So
She's only got one question for him? Okay.
The question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal.
How do I reconcile that with a bunch of witnesses destroying all their phones? How do I reconcile that with all the skeeviness we just saw and we have been seeing from the prosecution? How do I reconcile all that, Bev? How do I reconcile all that?
Preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm gonna,
What? What the fuck is she going on about? No, we are going to look this up because I don't know. You guys were right. This is getting good. Massachusetts Professional Rule 1.15. All right. Okay, so the rules of professional conduct 1.15, the safekeeping of property. This is safekeeping, like when your client gives you property and you're guarding it, or you have trust accounts. But sometimes you have to hold on to property for your clients, okay? Segregating trust property, promptly delivering it, accounting, requirements for trust accounts, required accounts and records, IOLTA stuff, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Dishonored check and IOLTA activity notification. Yeah, those are always... Never bounce a check out of your IOLTA. Ooh, buddy. Never a good idea. Required accounts and records. Okay. I think this is what she's saying. Every lawyer who holds trust property in connection with representation shall maintain contemporaneous and complete records of the receipt, maintenance, and disposition of that property. Okay. So if you do hold any trust property, you have to. You shall do it for a period of 6 years after the termination of the representation. Records may be maintained by computer, or they may be prepared manually. Okay. Okay, yeah, so like the IOLTA stuff here. Okay, so let's see here. She's talking about 10 years. Okay, Chad, I just put 10 years in there. There's like no 10 years thing. This is all about your, like, when you take your client's money or property. This has nothing to do with client communications. And even then, this is part of the file that the attorney has. This is not relevant at all. This is not relevant at all. Bev is just fucking around and trying to excoriate. She's just trying to excoriate them for no reason. I know Bev wants to tell everybody she's not biased. This isn't how you show that. Because right now you look like either you're just completely malicious or you're a dumbass. What does this have to do with that? There's no relevance. You don't have to reconcile it. You're trying to reconcile a freaking Chuck E. Cheese coupon at a casino. There's no reconciling. There's nothing to do. You're asking for shit that doesn't work. What is she doing here? Not gonna lie, Bev had me in the first half. No, I'm like, if their record is, if their 1.15 is like mine, that's why I was really confused. That, like, unless, because here's the thing, some states change their rules of responsibility, but Ohio's is just like this. Like it's that's the thing here. Like, this is when you go to Ohio's stuff. This is Ohio's rules of professional responsibility. It's safekeeping of funds and property. It's the exact same thing. That's why I was confused. This is completely stupid. This is completely fucking stupid. This is Bev, for whatever reason, I don't get. This woman's an idiot. My God. Let's get back to the show here.
how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm gonna, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for this. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how.
If you agree that you have no authority to enforce this rule and you have no authority to do anything, then you can't act. There's no requirement for him to answer a question that you acknowledge you have no authority and jurisdiction over. You literally have no authority then. There's no point in him addressing your question. That's like if she tried to address, how does she apply Ohio Revised Code 2903.05? No, there's nothing for you to apply. It's not, you have no authority over it. You have no jurisdiction over it. No, there's nothing for you to do. If it's a different thing. What? This woman's a fucking idiot.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be.
Then why do we go through all this, you fucking idiot? Then why do we do this weeks and weeks and weeks of high drama? What did we get out of that? But finally, she acknowledges Karen's right to a fair trial is paramount. It's uber alles.
Allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
Wow. Wow. ARCA gets to do everything, chat. ARCA gets to do everything. They're gonna beat that ass. Whoa. Wow. I mean, wow, she just unlimbered ARCA. She just cut them loose to go raise hell. Wow. Wow. I think part of that ending of that too was she's sick of Hank crying. Like, she's like, okay, yeah, they did things wrong, but I think she just told Hank, go fit a tampon. This isn't that bad. You'll survive, honey. Remember, if you lose, everybody goes home. It's not the end of the fucking world. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think this is her way of like, oh my God, everybody thinks I'm biased. How am I going to get around this? This kind of helps a little bit, but not much because she still chastised the shit out of the defense. She drugged us out for how many weeks? I mean, great. You kind of like threw a little bias in the question, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot, in my opinion. Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, the DOJ did not talk to her. The DOJ did not talk to her. I don't think she cares about how she's viewed. No, but she cares about the Court of Appeals. And they're going to say, holy shit, she was really biased. So this is her way of trying to muddy that water. I think she's worried. She's got one eye. And this is the thing, guys. I told you. Judges are risk averse. You know how many times I've told you this before, guys? You know how many times I've been in front of a judge where they're like, well, if I do that, I know what the Court of Appeals is going to be all over me. She does not want to get shit on. Luke, I don't think she would have survived review keeping them out all the way. Nope. They would have had to, they would have some right to present some of it. If she had completely boxed them out like Hank wanted, I don't think that would not have probably been acceptable. So I think she understood. Yeah. No, guys, I don't think the DOJ is looking there in on her or anything like that. So Blaine says, what is ARCA going to bring? They're basically going to point out, ARCA's going to come in and point out that the injuries sustained by John don't make any sense at a motor vehicle accident. They're not consistent. The idea from the first trial that John O'Keefe like pirouetted and somersaulted and twisted, it jumped like he was Sailor Moon through the air and landed like 30 feet from the road, doesn't make any sense either. They're just going to point out the biomechanics don't work. But also, Wolf is a black box and electronic data specialist for cars. So he has probably had a chance to take a look at the car information too. The lack of raw test data is probably enough to keep him out of the retrial. I don't think so, because at some point you can't do anything about it. At some point you can't do anything about it. It's not their fault. I mean, you have rules, but this is a unique situation that requires a tailored response, not just a constant application. And then the fact that it's not done yet for trial. Part of that issue is the state. The state didn't get their shit done either. So they need more time. Like and I think this is her way of saying this. Hank is fucking around too. Because she said, like, let's all just knock this off and let's get it going. Hank fucked around just as much as Jackson and Iannetti did. Hank pulled defense attorney bullshit too. Because Hank's a defense attorney at the end of the day. And to be fair, guys, someone may have tried to tell you there's no such thing as like strategy and playing games and shit like that. Oh, there is 100% times where you play strategy, you do strategy and you play fucking games with people. There is 100% of time where you will do that. And Hank and them start fucking around with each other. It's 100% what they were doing. The judge won't ensure her pension is secured. No. Can a judge dismiss everything? I mean, theoretically, Bev could come in tomorrow morning and say, case dismissed sua sponte. It really wouldn't, like, that would probably get overturned. That could get appealed. But she could if she wanted to. So, could Karen immediately appeal that? I think she would have the right to immediately appeal that because that affects her current trial right. I would argue she has an interlocutory ability. So, what are ARCA's methods? Well, ARCA, 12th Monkey, they are kinesiologists, biomechanical engineers, crash reconstruction experts, all kinds of engineering. They do literally everything. What are their methods? Like highly scientific. They've consulted with the DOD to help like make MRAPs and like IED proof vehicles. They work with the NHL to make ice rinks safer. They do all kinds of stuff. The defense didn't ask for more, and I think Hank lost. I think part of the reason is I think Hank pushed too hard. Hank got way out over his skis on this one. I think Hank fucking screamed too much. Hank came running around screaming with his hair on fire way too much, and Bev's like, all right, we got to stop this. Had Hank not been as aggressive, he probably would have got what he wanted, but he came too hard. He came too hard. Had this been like Lally, he might have won. Oh, I think so. Remember, though, Lally's a career prosecutor, too, so that's different. Is Jackson the one that fucked Karen? No. Yes. The other crash studies. Yes, they will know. They know the difference. They know the temperatures of freezing in Celsius and Fahrenheit. Yes, ARCA is about 50 plus engineers and other experts. What's the likelihood of Jen being on cross tomorrow? Very high. Very high. Hank loses it if ARCA comes in. Well, he just did. They're coming in all the way. Hank is scared. I think so. So, I mean, that's I guess good. But that was such a bastardization of the process for her to drag that out. That is very disappointing in Bev. Chris Hudo. And guys, we're going to catch up on the super chats and other comments here. Chris Hudo, going back to Dr. Whiffen says, Ian Whiffen sucks so much at his job, he has to make personal apps to understand it. Yes. Reg says, Sean would have taken Karen's side, even if she clearly did it. He always helps criminals. It's the government's job to prove their case, and until it's over, they haven't proven it. I'm sorry. It's consistency. He wants Adnan Saeed freed. Well, I mean, given how shitty the case is and the questions in it, yeah, he should be. Sorry. That's how it goes, man. Okay, let's see here. Okay. T-Rex Trucking and More says, I swear to goodness Chat GPT could do a better analysis than Ian Whiffle. Yes. Oh. Jefferson Post says, oh my God, I just screamed in or out is a location. Yes, it is. Chugi Show says, did I miss discussion of Nick and the TOS? Just off work at 8. I did wonder if that legal take of his will age poorly. Who knows if it will or not? I mean, once again, guys, you know what? If I have to step in and help, he needs to use my likeness, it's flattering that I have to help put gas in the car. I'm helping subsidize. My likeness is being used to help subsidize that snack bill. That $3,000 snack bill. I guess he can't go Mommy, Daddy, can I get another trust check? I guess if I have to help out. Desperate times call for desperate measures, man. And you can smell the desperation. I do think Josh is right, though. This is Nick's way of, having a tea party with, he slaps our faces on the dolls sitting around the table. And that's his way of coping. So. Nick Kreuzer says, punch so many holes in them, they call him Whiffle. Yes. Cyanide Cologne says, are AR-18s mandatory for home defense in Boston because of reasons? So, yes, guys, if you aren't familiar with that joke, through the Boston Diocese, a lot of weapons were funneled to the IRA through various Catholic charities and Irish charities, including multiple Barrett rifles that are 50 cals, M99s and M82s, but also tons and tons of AR-18 rifles, more AR-18s than 15s. And they were christened the Widowmakers. It was christened the Widowmaker by the IRA. They used them to great effect in Northern Ireland. Blaine's Escape Corner. It's been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Blaine. Says, always love a good phone dicking. Thank you. Colostomy Bags have been a member for 16 months. Just wanted to say happy birthday, Sean. Thank you. Thanks for And thank you for being here for 16 months. I don't thank you for the birthday. Oh. EDW Raptor's been a member for 20 months. Says happy birthday, Sean. Thank you, EDW. 99 Iron Duke for $2 doodles. Thank you. Says for Clyde, as unlike Nick, you are kind to dogs. Well, thank you. I'd like to think we all are kind to dogs. Katie's been a member for 14 months. Says in later 2.0, we'll be here for the birthday spanks. Thank you, Katie. Jefferson Post says, I swear, chat. I know how to use an R properly. Are you sure, Jefferson? Are you sure, man? I don't know. QRSTUV. I don't know if you do, man. I don't know. Death says, thanks for entertaining us on the stormy night. Yeah, it was supposed to get real crappy out here, but nothing happened. Actually, you know what? I'm going to back out of this to see if there's a Ryan Hall or anything like, what part of the world's getting destroyed right now. Turtle Boy's got 10K watching. Nice. Let me see here. Where is... Well, I guess there's nothing. Yeah, I don't see it, guys. I guess there's no danger. They made it sound like it was going to get really bad out here. We were going
I'll
to
hear you on whatever mode.
hit with all kinds of stuff too. So, oh well. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. So let's see here. Nick Kreuzer for $5 says, Jen McCabe's eyes look like she asked a man 2 questions, and she got 2 answers. Yes. Barton Bella says, not the screaming, not the repeating, not the hysterics, but because Karen didn't take her shoes off. That's weird. Lying biatch. Dr. Magoo, thank you for being here. I don't think I've seen you around, so thank you. Saying she means 1:15 a.m., but she's still wrong. There's a lot of problems with Jen McCabe's testimony. And guys, I will tell you this much. That defense team knows her testimony front to back to front. They've studied that transcript a million times. They know everything she said the first time through. Island for $2 says, deep breath, Sean. Exhale the Bev energy away. Thank you. Yes. Push out the Bev. Bring in the calm. Push out the jive. Bring in the love. As Mr. Burns would say. So Erica says for $4.99, thank you, Erica, is saying Sean's rant makes this case bearable. Let's go. Thank you. Unlike the law student says for $5. I think this is what she might have been referring to. The judicial. Okay, so the Supreme Judicial Court rules 307 rules of professional conduct. 1.15a looks like according to Lexis. Yeah, I guess. But even then, when you look at 1.15a, it still doesn't. It still doesn't get her, I think, where she wants to go. It was a completely retarded thing for her. Erica's been a member for 6 months. Says, happy birthday, Sean. We love you. Thank you. Stabby McStabwood has been a member for 22 months. Thank you for the support, man. So I'm only watching the Karen trial because of your birthday. Thanks. Thank you, Stabby. Aaron Hack has been a member for 20 months. Says, happy birthday, blogger. Thank you for the support, Aaron. Shredder S07 says, feel like deja vu, but happy birthday. Oh my God. You guys are ridiculistic. I know I'm old. Suffa, Sean. Suffa. So, I mean, here's the thing. She conceded all that, but she, you know, the way she handled that was just completely a disaster. It was completely a disaster. So, Kimball says, you're in Ohio. Does the ring alarm system need to be registered with the fire department and police? No. No requirement for any of that. We don't do a whole lot of registration here on things. We're pretty much a free state. I mean, heck, it's just the past year where you think police would finally pull you over for using your phone while you're driving. So, yeah, she aggressively agreed with the defense, which I don't know why she had to do it that way. It was very unprofessional. Very unprofessional how she handled that. Ring tells you if you need to get a permit. Yeah, but you don't have to in Ohio. At least not under state law. So. But there you go, chat. Arca's coming in. And they're coming in loaded for bear. Whoa, buddy. It's going to be good. Cat Williams says, why are you right? Yes, even a 2.0 is a Fed. Correct. Tim Poole says, I put Justified up there with Sopranos and The Wire. Yes, Justified is really good. It is very, very good. Vanessa Anderson said, the Crash Daddies. The Crash Daddies are coming. Oh, I'm sure they're coming. Oh. So, anyway, chat, we're all done. It's 11:52. That was a long night, but we'll see what happens going in tomorrow. We'll start again, same time, 6 o'clock. And yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. Unlike last one, says Dexter's filming at my law school on Friday. Cool. Cool. And you'll be an extra. You can get killed or something. Let him be the one to cut you up. But in the meantime, guys, we will start again at 6 o'clock tomorrow night to get caught up again. And, you know, guys, just remember until next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. And Karen Reed is still not guilty. She's still innocent. I have not been convinced otherwise. So good night, chat, and you guys take care.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?